practice is over. Hold up on your bowling. 39 and 40. Once we get these reset, we're going to give you an extra 3 minutes. So just hold up right now. Hold up on your bowling, please. When the screens come up, with the exception of 39 and 40, you may begin tournament play. Good luck, ladies. Let's see some high scores. And 40, stand by. Someone's coming to explain it to you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bowl TV for the opening round of women's qualifying at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, presented by Columbia 300 H2M Management and Logo Infusion. We are at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emmanuel Williams Jr. with USBC Communications, and we're settling in for 6 games behind lanes 71 through 74. We just saw the men finish up a little bit earlier today. We'll get you a recap of everything that happened on their side, as well as a look at our lineups here in just a moment. Joining us here in game number 1, our defending champion and 3-time defending champion here at the Hoosier Classic, the Wichita State Lady Shockers. They are up on lanes 71 at the moment. They'll also be bowling on 72, along with Newman University. So, of course, Wichita State, Newman both in Wichita, Kansas, so friendly rivalry there. Our other featured pair, Lindenwood, as well as Pikeville. So actually 4 programs always in contention. We've had some great teams over the years, and we're looking forward to see what they have in store for us here in 2017. So we'll get you a quick discussion about the pattern. And we've already posted the graph on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page, so you can find in the comments of the Live Now on Bowl TV, the opening round of women's qualifying post about the Hoosier Classic. 43 feet in length, 28.25 mils for the volume. And we're actually using 2 different conditioners from Kegel, the Kegel T and the Kegel C, both are brand new, being used for the pretty much first time ever out in the field here. So going to get to see how that plays out here, but you can see the graph itself in the comments of that post on the Sport of Bowling at USBC Facebook page. So everyone settle in, get comfortable, and thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV. Game 1 of 6 now underway. As we settle into game number one, let's get a look at our lineups here. For Wichita State, the three-time defending champion here at the Hoosier Classic. Leading off, junior team and Team USA members, Sydney Brummett, followed by Ashlyn Hersberg, Holly Ann Johansson. Says Laura Plaza's up on lane 72 at the moment, and Christy Lopez. For Newman, Haley Williams is leading off with an early double. Double also for Kelly Machasik. Kristen Machasik up after her. Becca King delivers a spare. And Miranda Hedgney rounds out their five. Over on 73 and 74 for Lindenwood, we have Shelly Goodwin leading off. Cheyenne Yachman. Erin Michelle Felder. Liz Maley. And Amanda Garavette. For Pikeville, Felicia Montesinos, Michaela Cummings, Megan Hedgespeth, Carly Evans, and Jenna Coldiron. Make up their five. Jenna will be up on lane 73 next. Look at the rankings on collegebowling.com so far. For the women, we have top two teams in the nation overall. Pikeville ranked at number one in points. Wichita State in second overall. Lindenwood is ranked 7th, and Newman in 18th, so pretty solid collection of teams here to kick things underway. In the men's standings from earlier today, Calumet moved into the lead after the fourth game and continues strong all the way into the sixth, building a 143 pin lead on the field, finishing with a 62-75. Sitting in a tie for second, Wisconsin-Whitewater and William Patterson at 61-32. Weber International in fourth at 61.95. Midland in fifth, 6,092. Robert Morris, Illinois in sixth place, 6,083. St. Francis Joliet in seventh, 59.89. And St. John's is holding on to the final spot in the top eight, 59.65. First team out is Huntington, who had a big 11.03 in their final game. They're at 59.45, 20 pins out of the top eight. Individually, on the men's side, Corey Lenz from Weber International, 13.87. Tim Heyman from Lindenwood-Belleville was in second, 13.53, tied with Nick Pate of Midland at that number. Andrew Letcher of Pikeville was at 13:35, and Steve Katowski of William Patterson rounded out the top 5 with 13:33. So for those of you who tuned in and possibly this is the first time checking out the Hoosiers so far, I'll tell you a little bit about the format. It's the same for both the men and the women's teams. Six games today in the traditional sense, so kind of what you're used to seeing when you bowl league. So 5-player teams, 6 games, and moving on to tomorrow, all teams will bowl 15 Baker games, and the total pinfall from all of those will determine the top 8 men's and top 8 women's teams that will advance to the Baker match play bracket, which will have 2 rounds of best of 3 before the championship round, which is best of 5. And after that, we have our champion. So that's the format here this week. So total pinfall, the name of the game. Just got to get yourself into the bracket, then find a way to win a few matches, and then winner, winner, chicken dinner. Competitors will face 3 different patterns over the course of the weekend. So as we mentioned, this is 43 feet for the ladies. The men saw 45 feet earlier today. There'll be a different pattern for the 15 Baker games tomorrow, both for the men and the women. And then for match play as well, the same way. Another new pattern for these competitors. So they don't get the opportunity to see the pattern until 1 hour before they're scheduled to start practice. And in accordance with new postseason rules, they can only alter ball surface up until practice. So as soon as they get into that warm-up session, Avalon pads go away, cannot scuff up, touch up, do anything to the bowling equipment after that. Good shot there from Kristen from Newman over on 71. Tough break on the high flush 7-pin. Trying to find some momentum here. Two teammates have already started off with the front 4, so Newman getting out of the gates strong. This was actually the title match last year, as Wichita State captured its 3rd consecutive Hoosier Classic title. Final tally in that one, 4-2. It's best of 7. So they're shortening it to best of 5 this year. And then, of course, as the winner of the Hoosier Classic, not only do you get the prestige of winning the final Tier 1 of the regular season. And one of the most revered tournaments out there. But you also get to decorate a masking unit, so you can actually see that above lanes 71 and 72. So Wichita State has already gone ahead and gotten their signatures up there from their performance last year here at Western Bowl. Looking to make it 4 in a row. So one of the cool things here, they actually have it throughout the house. We got 80 lanes here, so obviously that's a lot of masking units, and they got them spread out since 2009 of the past champions. Kind of a tradition they've started here in the past few years, so very cool to see. I'm sure for these players coming back, a cool thing to see their names up there, see their schools. So they get a little bit of time. So there's a little strategy involved when it's all said and done, getting that getting the artwork down, but. But it looks cool. Definitely a mainstay here at the Hoosier. 5 for 5 in the fifth for Wichita State. 9 out of the last 10 for the Lady Shockers. Both teams getting off to strong starts here on 71 and 72. Question in the chat. Guess we're referring to Sierra Kanemoto from Wichita State. Does not appear she is in attendance. So I think the Wichita State only has 7 players this week instead of 8 like they usually do. So they said Sierra wasn't feeling too well this weekend, so she missed the trip. Hey everybody, guess who's here? It's the man, the myth, the legend, Emmanuel Williams Jr. What's up, guy?
No man, no myth, no legend. I am a myth. Maybe a myth. Not sure definitely about the legend, unless you're referring to yourself.
The only legend right now is standing in front of us. It's Hall of Famer Mark Lewis.
Mark Lewis, indeed, is a legend.
Using that wingspan to, well, the Jay Billis fans out there enjoy that, but using that wingspan to show off some of the technology today, getting the videos. That was Holly Ann Johansson delivering her 6th consecutive strike here to kick things off. Leading the Shockers here in the early going.
Pretty solid game one, featured pairs.
I'm not surprised by that. I feel there's probably, just in style of play, the ladies usually kind of play the lanes a little more similar and a little more variety on the guys' side. And I think they're gonna, probably if they see one person having some success, everyone kind of is gonna migrate to that same area. And of course, we got 2 great coaches, 4 great coaches, I should say, here on our feature pairs. So they got to look at that graph. They knew what they needed to do. And here we are.
You know, the talent alone, of course, at the respective schools. You named those schools of Wichita State, Newman. Of course, the Battle of Wichita again. We saw that earlier with the men. And now we open with it here in the women's opening round of qualifying, and then Pikeville and Lindenwood. We talked a little bit earlier during the men's squad about the Hoosier, what the tournament can mean as you look forward and toward the postseason. Of course, sectionals just right around the corner. Next month in March, the final regular season event, of course, is the Hoosier, and everyone always looks forward to it for many reasons. One, the competition. 2, the difficulty. And you certainly get an opportunity to kind of measure up prior to your sectional. If you had to guess, of course, you would anticipate that these 4 teams, some form, shape, or fashion, would certainly be in the thick of things in regards to receiving an intercollegiate team championship's berth. Of course, Wichita State trying to win the Hoosier for the 4th consecutive year. Four-time Hoosier champion is what they'd like to walk out of here tomorrow and say, and take that 13-hour bus drive back to Wichita. But it would make it a little bit more pleasant. I certainly imagine. The last 3 years, they get off the bus after the long ride, but they get back on the bus on Sunday, ecstatic, exuberant, exhilarating after the W.
The W is an important part of that, yes.
The dub.
The dub.
Not $20.
Or where the Warriors play, but that is okay, fair enough.
I mean, there's multiple plays on the dub. You get your game right, hey Ron. Well, I tell you what, it's like everyone has come out with their game right here in game 1 of this round. Just looking across the scoreboards in our immediate area. Front 6. Megan Hedgepeth on 74. Of course, Holly and Johansson, the front 6 for Wichita State. See the name, but from Wisconsin-Madison began with the front 5, went front 5, 9 spare strike. And then I'll put back on our featured pair, 71 and 72, Haley Williams, Kelly Machesic. Opening with a couple of strings as well. Newman, Wichita, always fun. Pikeville and Lindenwood certainly have their fair share of battles over the years as well. Yeah, this tournament is certainly one of the times and around that time where you really start to kind of hone in on your picks, of course, for the ITCs, who might win the title. I certainly believe whoever that team will be is certainly in this building. At least could be.
Knock that one down. You got it.
There are some other teams who may have a say-so, depending on what happens at sectionals.
You got it, Phil.
It's true, sectionals, the
no gimmies there.
yeah, that's definitely a solid point. A lot of Baker games, 64 over the course of two days, and we've seen some close calls for some teams that you would have thought would be shoo-ins. Others, you just get used to seeing there every year, and then just things happen. Just not your day, not your pattern, and/or patterns. Young up-and-comer making their move. There's definitely a lot at stake, but at the end of the day, shot making, communication, and the ability to work together as a team is what it takes.
Hey, communication is key. It's one of many. I got the keys. Education is certainly high on the list. So I talked about sectionals not being a gimme. It was a rare absence for Lindenwood last season. Did not make it out of sectionals. Therefore, of course, not earning a berth into the Intercollegiate Team Championships. I believe for the first time since 2000, if I recall correctly.
Let's go, Liz.
I remember a few years back when the Wichita men did not make.
That was some big news.
And that certainly was news.
That was I believe I can check our program from last year's ITCs to tell you how long that had been.
A good shot there from Becca King. Marian doing a little research. Newman coming out strong. Able to pick up their teammate, struggling a little bit. That's the definition of a team right there. We're seeing it.
What a shot, Liz. What a shot.
Yeah, for the Wichita State men, it was a run from 1986 to 2012 before 2013. They did not make it into the dance, if you will. Probably made up for that a few years later, 2015, winning the whole thing, winning the ITC.
Oh, sure. It was
in
no
Wichita,
doubt.
too, so that's...
I can only imagine what that season was like. You hear about certain teams and things that they go through, if they have some hiccups, some downfalls, unexpected, whatever the case may be, and then they start from that day on focusing on the next season. I'd have to imagine that's exactly what Wichita State did during that season. Lindenwood is kind of dedicated, devoted their season to getting back to the national stage as well, to try to compete for a national title. It's off to our right again. To the right of our pair, 73, 74, shooting 75 and 76, beg your pardon. Samantha Jewell, spare, and the next six for Kansas Wesleyan, donned in their purple and white shirts. Everybody chasing the champ, though, until the champ is no longer in contention. Sid the Kid doing what she does.
Showing off a little bit there. But when you trip 410s out like that, you can have a little fun with it.
Meanwhile, Megan Hedgepeth has the front seven for Pikeville. There were a couple close calls today, but we did have a 300 earlier. We're in the men's qualifying round this morning. Alistair Rutledge from Nebraska shot 300. That video is posted to the USBC Facebook page. Check that out. Wow, Alistair was doing his thing. I was down watching the 300 attempt of Andrew Dukowski from William Patterson. He ended up shooting 299. We'll have some video and recapping his moment as well, and a bit on Facebook. Also, Chris Wiley from Whitewater shot 298 in that same opening round In fact, Andrew and Alistair. Rutledge's 300, Dukowski's 299 happened in Game 5, and Chris Wiley shot 298 in Game 6.
Definitely in that men's block, there was a time for the guys to get their pins. And we saw Corey Lenz come out of the gates with a big 278. He ended up leading the individual standings.
Very well.
But for the most part, through 3 games, looking at, the full collection of the teams, nobody was plus as a team.
Very interesting.
There were a few individuals, obviously, who had kind of figured it out and were off to good starts. But yes, there was St. John's was leading at -5, and then all of a sudden, Calumet was the first team to really figure it out. They got a big game in Game 4 and kind of stayed consistent the rest of the way out. But yeah, there was a time to get your pins, and for the women, we're seeing it right now here on the Fresh. So it'll be interesting to see if that pace holds up or if there's going to be some type of lull in the transition when they get tricky for a little while, which I'm sure the way Nick likes to see things happen, there's something waiting for these ladies in Game 4 or 5, whatever it may be. It's going to push them out of their comfort element. And we might see the scoring pace drop a little bit, but hard to argue with what we're seeing on 71-72 from Newman and Wichita State. Those are some pretty fantastic games overall going on.
And really, those who aren't striking, essentially, got bitten by the split bug and some multi-pin, multi-split issues earlier in their respective games. Really good pair to open things up, 71 and 72. Appreciate everybody joining us. Chat room has been solid all day. I know Aaron can attest to that for sure. Some very active and engaging fans.
For sure, definitely had some good questions in there. Some good topics of discussion. And hopefully we'll get to see some of you tomorrow as well for the exciting finals. We'll have the Baker match play bracket for both the men and the women, not at the same time. The women will actually be finishing up qualifying while the men's bracket starts. We'll have one, then we'll have the other. And then we'll be done here on Bull TV. To pack up the gear, write the story, head back to Texas. But a lot of unfinished business here on the lanes.
Well, here's Megan Hedgespeth, looking for 8 in a row. Up on 74. Got a push. Holding offense.
We're not watching the Green Bay Packers here. It's the only way Aaron Rodgers can stay open for that long. It's got to be holding. So no bias there or anything like that.
My man.
Go Bears. But sorry, Jeff Riggles, if you're listening right now. I know you're in the house here somewhere, but
Aaron is not afraid. Take shots.
I don't know if I'd call it shots. I call it more frustration. Just because it's been a long, feels like 20 years for, in my case, most of my life, that's been an uphill battle with those guys.
I agree, sir. I'm in your boat. Same thing. I just don't even talk about it because there's no need. We'll wait for one day the results to take place. Nice shot there from Amanda. there. Nice four-bagger. Really does remind of the good old days of collegiate bowling for me. I'll always be a fan of course, not only the sport, but specifically collegiate bowling. It is unlike any other.
As Emil is saying this, he is polishing his national championship ring. Won in 2005 as a member of the Lindenwood Lions. School's first championship. He really wasn't doing that, but we like to give him a hard time about it as the only national champion in our department.
They really do. I don't blame them. Although I don't really, most of the time I don't really like him per se.
You're quite humble about it.
If I ever
and
need
I think that's
someone to bring it up, I know who to call.
I think we want you to talk about it more, like use it in daily meetings and to encourage us to strive to be great like the Lindenwood Lions of 2005.
I could probably help in that regard. It's out there from Kelly. Again, 5-bagger, 9-spare, 9-spare double. He's looking at 268 off the sheet. Haley Williams can shoot 237. A very solid, no pun intended, 1-2 punch for Newman.
All right. Let's turn our attention to the far right of our screen. Megan Hedgepeth, a junior out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. How about one more? He's gonna have to hustle. Almost gets the fortunate roll. Get that 2-pin out, but unfortunately the string of strikes ends at 8.
Had another string end at 7. And that was Samantha Jewell of Kansas Wesleyan and open in the 9th. She was looking at max of 290 prior to that. Now looking at 255. A spare made for Hedgespeth. Well, hey, Ray Bond, we're going to have to pay attention to the game scores. Team scores for the next 5 games. See if anything will eclipse what these 2 or 4 teams, I should say, will potentially put up.
Definitely got to be happy with the starts here. As we said, this is kind of in contrast to what we saw with the guys earlier today. For the most part, it was to grind those first 3 games.
Of course, those familiar with Pikeville, especially with the women's program, when they think of their head coach, in this case, previous head coach, I believe, Coach Ron Damron, if I'm not mistaken, retired. So Bobby Brown has taken over the helm. Bobby at one point coach over at Morehead State a few years back, actually for several years, I should say. He was at Morehead State during my time, early to mid 2000s, and even beyond. That's another thing you'll notice about collegiate bowling. Somewhere along the way, you will always see a familiar face. Many bowlers do go on to become coaches. You'll see them in many cases, especially now, as graduate assistants.
Like, for instance, with Caitlin Simpson over here for Pikeville. Holly Harris for Wichita State. I'm sure we'll see a few more throughout the course of the day. Mr. Williams, I will be the first to admit I have messed up a last name, possibly a first name or two in my day, and I am more than happy to be corrected. So, Rodney, thank you for chiming in. Mahacek. Hopefully that's what I got from what you wrote out. So,
Absolutely.
for Kelly and Kristen Mahacek here for Newman. I do apologize.
Indeed.
It happens quite a bit.
It does.
Sometimes after I even get the proper way to enunciate the whole thing, I still find ways to.
Well, we've all been there, certainly. Well, we do apologize. Thank you, as Aaron said. The old silent C there.
Good question in the chat, and just don't know if I mentioned it, not or yet for this block, but asking whether or not St. Ambrose is going to be on our featured pairs today. And it does not appear the Fighting Bees are going to make their way to Bowl TV, at least today. But we do have all 6 games listed in the description below the video, so you can see who's going to be joining us throughout the course of the day. And do not see St. Ambrose. They're actually a few pairs away from us right now to start. Saw them around here somewhere. They're to our left over on 67 and 68. Looks like they've gone 213 at 206, 177. They can max out 169 and 197 for their final 2 bowlers.
Okay. Wow. Little DMX. On the cheer. I wasn't sure what team that was. But that's respect right there. Mad respect for that team. Tough frame there. Open in the 10th for Kelly Mohacek. Single pin there. Shoots 235. It's still a solid game, but left a few out there, of course. Same thing with Megan Hitzpeth. She shoots 257 after the open in the 10th frame. Barring anything very weird happening. 71 and 72, both Wichita State and Newman will be plus after this game. Sydney Brumman 210, Ashlyn Hersberg 188. If I'm not mistaken, I distinctly remember Ashlyn telling us yesterday that her sister is a freshman on Newman.
That is correct, and actually when they first brought the because the whole team roster is in the system there, so they make their substitutions before the game starts. And the way it was actually set up was both sisters were in the leadoff spot the way they were entered into the system. So
Don, the Snapchat seems to be working. I'm not sure. We had a couple questions about that a little bit earlier. Check the story and it's working. In fact, I know several people, or a couple people, had some questions and some comments just from certain snaps we had posted in regards to the tournament. So at least I can confirm that people were able to view snaps from earlier. Now, if you're referring to snaps from so far here in the women's block, I haven't had a chance to make any rounds yet. Get the stream off to a great start here with Aaron Smith. And some time allows here. Go down and check out what's going on across the house. Certainly an 80-lane center here at Western Bowl, so there's a lot of ground to cover from where we are. So generally like to take the walk at least once a game. As there can be things going on lane one that we won't know about.
I think that's one of them we're not using for this block, so you don't have to walk all the way down to lane
How
one.
about that?
So,
well, you know, you get it.
But I think I believe the number was 66. Is that what I sound like?
No, it's not. Thank you.
But I believe 66 teams on the women's side. I think we're going down to, because we are using lanes 79 and 80 for the women, whereas we That was our down pair, if you will, for the men earlier today. But I think we're all the way down to lane 15, all the way to 80 here at Western Bowl. Question in the chat from one or two questions in the chat there. Maryland Eastern Shore, I do not believe they're here this week, but we'll double check real quick.
Look at King, very nice 259.
But don't see Maryland Eastern Shore on the roster. And for St. Ambrose and Whitewater, since they're not on today, they're going to have to earn it tomorrow, since we will not be able to stream the 15 Baker games because the men's match play finals will be going on. If they make the top 8, then we'll see them there. So they have to do it the hard way. Pikeville 1,009, Lindenwood 1,008. Pretty evenly matched right there, and it's going to be just about the same, except with a few extra pins on 71 and 72. So Newman is going to be the high pinfall team out of our group of 4 to start. Wichita State in the books at 1,041. The Jets can get to 1,058. How about that? Maybe a little revenge after last year?
Just a tad. I tell you, that doesn't really get better than what we just saw.
All teams averaging, as a team, better than 200, so steady performances, consistent performances, a few big performances. Becca King, 259. Megan Hedgespeth, 257. Holly Ann Johansson, 247. Kelly Mahacek, 235. So a lot of excitement here. A lot more to come here on Bull TV. Game 2 coming up next. We'll see Lindenwood once again. They're moving to 71 and 72. We'll be joined by Toledo. We'll see Wisconsin-Madison on 73 and 74, joined by Newman. So we'll get to see if the Jets can keep that momentum going. So teams don't have to move too far. They're all right here. So everyone hang tight. We'll be back here for Game 2, 2017 Hoosier Classic in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in.
coaches, if you get to your pair and the screen is green, feel free to bowl. We're going to address the situation and reassess starting on game 3. But once you get to get to your game 2 and the screen is green, go ahead and start bowling.
All right, folks, welcome back. Game 2 now underway on our featured pairs. Beg your pardon there. Toledo and Lindenwood, who you just saw, on 73 and 74. Lindenwood makes the flip, as does Newman. They go from 71-72 to 73 and 74. Madison comes over from 69 and 70 to 73 and 74. Wichita State off the featured pair just to our left, but occasionally see them into your screen on the left side, as well as Pikeville. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, along with Aaron Ron Smith. If you have joined us, of course, and many of you have, if you're a fan of the teams we just talked about, then you get a good treat to see your respective teams to consecutive games near or around the featured pairs. And you saw the good scores that came across the featured pairs as well. And we'll see if that will continue. Of course, what's at stake? An opportunity to get in good position. That was my phrase back in the day. It kind of still is. You can't win the tournament today, but you certainly can put yourself in good position to do so. And that's exactly what these teams are trying to do. 15 Baker games tomorrow after 6 traditional today. 5 more now, of course, after game 1. All trying to vie to that 8-team bracket. For the right to be called the 48th annual Hoosier Classic champion. An event rich in tradition. The history and the length of the event. Certainly says a lot coming up on 50 years here just around the corner. And a big birthday coming up for the Hoosier Classic.
That's true. It's almost as old as Matt Cannizzaro, so that's saying something. That is longevity. It looks like, I should say, Lindenwood and Newman electing to keep the same lineups as they had in game 1. For Toledo, only 4 bowlers, perhaps their coach, Jody Wessner, should also think about chewing up, helping them out.
Yeah, you have to ask her about that. If she has any eligibility left, she could be the actual player coach.
Looks like they do have had a player scheduled to compete who is not here, but for Toledo competitors on the lanes right now, Nina Celesti, Ashley Gerwin, Nicole Caldwell, and Savannah Joslin. Savannah up there on lane 71 at the moment, looking to take care of the 7-pin. No problem there. And for Wisconsin-Madison, we'll have Brooke Johnson leading things off. Lydia Glamman bowling second. Nadine Bleck, who had a 237 to kick things off. Cassie Sedgwick and Brittany Johnson make up their 5. Here in game 2. Question in the chat, how many teams will carry over tomorrow? Well, every team gets the opportunity to bowl again tomorrow, so there's another segment of qualifying, if you will. So 15 Baker games tomorrow before a cut is made. Then it's the top 8 that will advance to the Baker match play bracket.
Nice shot there from Ashley Irwin. Toledo. Here's Liz Malley for the Lions of Lindenwood. Good shot, high flush. Nicole Caldwell gets into the act there. 9 spare now strike for her in the second. I mentioned this is the time of year as we get prepared for collegiate bowling and its postseason. Get a chance to see some of the players. Not only prior to the postseason, but some of them for the last time in regards to postseason individual awards, whether it be most valuable player, player of the year, rookie of the year, All-American teams. The Hoosier generally goes a long way in determining those type of awards. If you win the Hoosier, that gives you a decent chance if you've got certainly a pretty solid and favorable season already going on. Personally, I think, based on my experience of watching this and competing, if you win this event, let's say you bowled 0 events at all. Now, obviously, you would probably be considered for it.
That would be impressive.
Other postseason awards, but if you won this event and it was your first and only event regular season and you won, you would get at least some consideration. At least. Someone would probably give you a vote just because.
There you go, folks. Emil Williams Jr. has placed it out there. He's thrown the gauntlet out. He's going to accept the challenge. Only bowl the Hoosier. Still make it to sectionals. I like it. It's a bold move, Con.
It is bold. It's tough to do. Probably wouldn't advise it though. that means if you won the Hoosier, you probably could have helped the team in the previous 5 to 6 months.
Probably would have done all right, yes.
Getting back to Dawn. Dawn, if you're still listening, we certainly appreciate it. And that's why the technology certainly exists. The youth bowling, IBC youth development, creating a lot of social channels, new social channels, I should say. And to, of course, give the fans and everyone the ability to experience some events a little different way as we move forward. So certainly while I was here, thought, well, maybe I could do a little extra. Capture some things that you may not see from Bowl TV. However, if no one's seeing that, of course, then that presents an issue. So definitely want to check that out at some point soon. off to a better start collectively, even though they both pretty well. In the prior game, a couple of opens in the third frame, but another quality shot there from Liz Malley. She looks pretty lined up. Madison, decent start as well, along with Newman. What do you think about that cheer, Aaron? Although you're not left-handed. But.
That's true. Well, based off of some stats I heard this morning, approximately 15% of bowlers are left-handed, so odds are teams probably only have maybe one. You got 10 folks on the roster. You probably want to diversify your portfolio and have those options, but I'm guessing in that instance,
diversify your bombs.
Exactly. And usually, also like Matt Canzaro, lefties are often pretty money, so it all kind of works together in that instance.
I like how you came up with that, although it was the absolute opposite of what I was hoping you'd say.
well, please humor me then.
Kind of going back to some old the 2000s, early 2000s hip hop. Little Nelly. Hey, hey, must be the lefty. That's a play on the.
That's what I was getting at the end there. I knew what the word was supposed to be.
You just didn't bother to.
I thought you were asking a legitimate question about perhaps if that would felt like they were singling the left-hander out for that.
I am trying to do that. Don't get it twisted. Good shot there from Malley. Wrapped in. And LU off and running the Lions. Take a ride with me. Okay, that's it.
I wasn't going to stop you.
I'm not in the office, so I will not bore these wonderful viewers or destroy their eardrums. But what you just heard, folks, is essentially what I do all the time
It is true,
in
and
the office or just in general.
Emil has the amazing ability to just start singing the most random songs ever. Occasionally, it's not just songs, it's jingles, it's TV theme shows.
Not sure if there's any skill within that, or if I could parlay that into something else. But
well, there was, speaking of singing at the office, and you gracing us with some harmonic tones from time to time, but one of our co-workers said she was going to be tuning in for these first few games as a also alumni of Lindenwood University. So I told her I'd give her a shout out here on Bowl TV if she's watching. I don't know if she is or not, but since we were talking about the office, but Krista Elmore, if you're watching, like she said she was going to be.
she did say that.
Hello, and you got to hear Emil sing out of the office. So there you go. Really makes for a complete Saturday night there. Bowl TV. Hear Emil sing for a little bit.
Come on, come on. Lindenwood with just 2 opens so far in this game. They both happened in the 3rd frame. The lead off at number 2 Bullet. Who else do we have coming up on our featured pairs, Aaron?
Who's coming up next?
Yep.
Well, in game 3, we're going to have Wright State, Ursuline, Weber International, and St. Francis, Illinois. Game 4, Weber's going to stay here and be joined by McKendree, Marian, and Ursuline once again. Game 5, RMU, Illinois, Robert Morris, Lindenwood-Belleville, Grandview, and Emmanuel. Game 6, Grandview, Indiana, Missouri Baptist, and Lindenwood-Belleville. So we get to see a few of these teams a few times, and that's teams kind of, that first 2 games kind of stay in the same area, so they're only moving 1 pair. So they're not making the big jump every single game, so that now it makes it easier on everyone watching and the athletes for moving their stuff around, but also saves a little time as well, getting that next game started up a little bit quicker for everybody, not having to jump 10 or 12 pairs and go across the house.
Talked about LU making the focus, of course, to get back to ITCs. We were a game and a half here at the Hoosier Classic. Off to a pretty solid start. Really good look at I think at what is available in this pattern right now. That last shot from Ashley Gerwin. That one looked to be right based off of the previous shot or a strike she had back in the second frame on the right lane. It was right, target down lane. It was going right down lane. Now she does have a slow enough ball speed to where the ball was still able to pick up down lane at the break point, make the move, and still get some carry. And to me, that kind of illustrates obviously where you should be playing, and it's pretty clear that just about everyone on this pair in particular, and I believe in our first game with Wichita State and Newman, still playing around that same area also. I'll be looking to see if that area will tend to go away at some point, maybe later in the block, like you mentioned when we began. Yeah, obviously very different contrast to what we saw in the opening block of the men's qualifying round this morning. Of course, men, that block tended to open up a little bit later on, which not too uncommon, but the pattern difficulty was pretty evident, with the exception of a few, Corey Lynch being certainly one early on. Here, it looks like, of course, and then, again, these are pretty good teams we're talking about, so you always have to kind of keep that in mind as well. But all seem to be playing the lanes very well. You look at Toledo, obviously missing a bowler, but with a very good and knowledgeable coach and a professional, of course, herself, in Jody Wilson, or Western, big part.
Hashtag PWBA.
Indeed. The reigning National Women's High Average Award.
That's correct. That was actually a new record. Possibly maybe in jeopardy already. Depending on
this Monday night.
Monday night's coming up. Well,
that's her new nickname for me. Once the tour starts, this Monday night.
This Monday night, I like that. That's it's got a ring to it. Yes, Liz Culkin, not too far removed from this collegiate scene as well at the University of Nebraska. Of course, that was on the NCAA side, so Nebraska on the women's side only competed They didn't also compete in the USBC Collegiate, so, you know, may not necessarily this event. But Liz, definitely a force to be reckoned with. Capturing, I believe, 2 national titles with the Cornhuskers, and then in the past few months, 890 and 879 out of Monday Night League and back home in New York, and owns 2 out of the 3 highest 3-game series ever by a woman. So
I'm not sure we can even go to sleep early on Monday night when we return. Actually, well, you're not going to sleep. Well, you might, 'cause you've got to drive ahead.
that's true. But
we can. It's must see. You can't miss out.
don't miss out. No, it's got to keep the phone cllose.
890, 879. I mean, two opportunities. 2 times she's had the front 33. Twice she's had the front 33 in a couple of months. 4.
Think about that. Think about what you just said. Come on, math. It's been a long day, so hey, I'll be okay. But that's going to give you the opportunity to catch yourself, but
yeah.
it's all right.
What is it, Aaron?
Well, the only way you can shoot 890 with the front 33 is to make the front 35 and then gutter or foul perhaps, but the 890 was the front 24. So twice she's had back-to-back 300s to start sets this year. But she left an 8-pin to start in the 890 of game 3, and then got the front 9 the second time before a 2-pin ended her run.
I tell you what, that would just be a rough way to shoot 890. Do you still want to shoot 890 at that point?
Probably not.
Yeah. The front 30. Sounds like an uncool episode of the first 48, or a cooler episode of the front 33.
I would vote for that as a nickname if it did happen twice.
Correct.
Looking to make a name for herself here at the Hoosier. It seems like she's thrown that many strikes so far here in 2 games, even though that's not possible. But Becca King has been striking a whole bunch. 259 in the opener for Newman, and there she's working on 5 in a row, left a 4-pin. But another strong start here for Becca, another strong start for the Jets of Newman.
your score sheets, please bring in the counter as soon as you can. Thank you very much.
I believe we just got the update on
For 24 teams that have yet to turn their
Scoring.
scores in for the first game.
the standings from game number 1. It's not because the tournament staff is not doing their job. Several teams have just forgot to turn in their recap after game 1.
Come on, coaches.
It's a long day.
It is a long day.
Coaches, please turn your recap scores into the counter. Please turn your recap scores into the counter. Thank you.
Well, hey, Ron. Talk about collegiate bowling, and I don't think the majority, I shouldn't say the majority, the overall aspects of what you love about collegiate bowling will ever change. But you see certain things change within it. Things like technology, where pen and paper, score sheets. If you weren't bowling, you were keeping score, if you're assistant coach or head coach, whatever. And many still do that. But now we start to see a couple tablets out and about, replacing the need for paper.
It's definitely, that's true. I remember being relegated to clipboard duty once or twice in my
Clipboard duty.
1 year on the collegiate bowling circuit. But yeah, certainly never any thoughts of having a computer system that would not only keep track of that, but essentially do everything else that you needed to do. Track statistics, single pin spare percentages, strike percentage, all that stuff is kind of built into the system now. We talked about it last game. Mark Lewis getting the tablet up there, just kind of taping shots. I'm sure for his own personal, coaching style, to see what's happening out there, to see, if a player's making bad shots, is it something, a quick fix? Maybe they're getting the ball into the swing a half a step too soon, something like that. Also kind of getting to see how the lanes get transition. You can go back, watch it right then and there. And of course, for the players' benefit later on, we can get back to practice. You had a good game out here, you got some shots, all of a sudden you're seeing, all right, this is what I was doing, this is what was working. Conversely, if it is going rough, maybe they don't catch it out here, then that's something they can look at again and see maybe why shots were consistently maybe a little fast, a little to the right, whatever it may be. But yes, it's I think it would be a fun time to be a coach, for sure, as the technology gets better. And for a player, that having that technology so easily accessible to the point where on your own cell phone you can almost have an application for that. We've through the USB. There is an app for that. Through the USBC Bowling Academy, we've had coaches talk about that and how getting a simple coaching app you can almost coach yourself if you know what you're looking for and know what you want to see. That you don't even need, you can go practice, just set the phone up and go from there. So there's definitely a change there. And then of course the wireless headphones during warm-ups. Those are a staple now. You really didn't see anyone rocking the Walkman or the portable cassette player or CD player, excuse me. Those things, they skip too much anyway if you try to carry them around with you. That was always a problem, but. Wow. Yeah, buddy. He just went there.
How about Aaron Smith tonight? You are, man, you couldn't be more right though. That thing was ultimate skip.
Ultimate skip. I mean, it was convenient, but a pain at the same time. Just like what Kelly Mahacek is doing to the pins right now.
Absolutely.
Creating some pain over there after a nice 235. Off to another great pace here. 258 still out there. I think another thing, you know, that at least I don't remember it as vividly. I know it was something we didn't necessarily do, but we kind of talked about, you caught some of it on Snapchat earlier, just how teams prepare to get ready for competition. There's the stretching, the whole process of what teams do to get their bodies ready for 6 games of competition like this, 15 Baker games, whatever it may be. I feel that part of the game has increased significantly since my days, or I guess it was like one day as a collegiate bowler, and I think that shows a lot out here as well, with just the talent level going up and players being able to do more and more and create more ball speed, more rotation, more revolutions. Just everything kind of working together is just making a better product for everyone out here, especially for us enjoying all this great competition throughout the course of this many games. It's a testament to just how much the game has advanced in just that short a time.
I certainly second that. I said it earlier, just, you know, it caught me off guard, but it was something I'd seen, you know, in recent collegiate events, but yeah, I'm not sure what it was about today. But you know, almost every team was on the approach. And, you know, back when I bowled, it was just a couple teams, you know, or you'd see some individuals out there, you know, stretching, of course, and then maybe you get 2 or 3 from the team to come out there and do it as well. And then also some folks just didn't do it on the lanes. I never actually went on the approach to stretch. I would always go back down the concourse or something like that as well, for whatever reason. But today, certainly, you know, out on the approach. And I'm talking about, you know, not full workouts or anything. And now I'm hoping that everyone got a chance to see what was on Snapchat, because I kind of highlighted a couple of them. We talk about, you know, simple warm-up but effective, you know, exercises, jumping jacks. We saw some squats, lunges, even a little yoga as well prior to competition. Not only with the women, also saw with the men this morning too. So it has become certainly, you know, high priority. Taking care of the body, the fitness regimen, the diet. The snacks are different as well. What we see teams eating during competition is what they ate when, or what we ate. And we were just trying to eat anything. Just food in general. But nothing crazy, like nothing too heavy. But, I mean, it could have been healthier. No one's going out the way to get that extra banana.
You know, I have a theory of why you noticed it today too, because earlier you were talking about, you know, oh, my back's so sore. And it's because you didn't do your live stream stretches today.
I did not.
So that is probably
Came in
did
cold.
not do your stretches, and therefore you weren't prepared for the rigors of a day at the Hoosier.
Yeah, it's a workout too. It's you know, it's different what we're doing, certainly, but you know, you need to be prepared. Plus, you know, I've been trying to mentally prepare myself to get a little better shape. get back into being physically fit and active often. I said I was always the guy that was stretching, and partly was because I needed to. Had the putting the old icy hot and things of that nature when it was time to bowl as well back in the day. Into the 10th frame. Now 71 and 72, Shelly Goodwin. 184. LU has been bitten by the spare shooting bug in the latter portion of this game. Just a couple single pins.
For Lindenwood, though, still have 1,000 out there, so they can put together a few strikes here at the end, take advantage of Aaron and Liz's strikes in the 9th frame, and kind of keep pace with what they shot in game number 1. Newman, who led the way on our feature pair with 1,057, 58 in game 1. They're overall bowling, kind of keeping that same pace. They can definitely get there. I have a few bowlers working on big games. For Wichita State, they were right around that same clip, a few pins behind. With the big 9th and 10th, they're one pair to our left. They could get there too. So, I mean, that's it seems like the ladies have found a good place to play from the get-go, and they've been able to maintain that as well, which obviously that's the goal here. It's a lot of total pinfall for that many games. To make that top 8, being consistent in and out is going to get you there.
How is Pikeville doing? Good question. Pikeville, not struggling. Got some chances to, they can be strong here in the 9th and 10th frames. Let's see, we've got, 226 out there, 213 left, 226 left, 196 left. So still some time to go plus this game for sure, but they got some work to do in the 9th and 10th frames. Leadoff bowler just completed the 9th, and so that's where they stand. We'll keep you posted.
Not gonna lie, Emil, I'm enjoying the camaraderie here just between. Well, camaraderie between us has been good all day. Not gonna lie, been pretty awesome. But
Me and you? Oh,
we've been solid. But appreciating the men's teams here, kind of reciprocating the love, if you will, coming here cheering on the women's teams. Obviously, the guys bowled first. The ladies were here getting ready for their squad, and we saw the Newman ladies here getting loud for the guys as they finished up. Made a nice finish here in their final 2 games. But the guys are back, rooting them on.
well, it is Valentine's Day next week. Fellas, don't forget, it's Valentine's Day. Come strolling on in to the house on Tuesday. And significant other gives you a look of despise. But to your point, Aaron, that is shot there from Liz Malley. That's something you generally see. And I'm just speaking from experience. I've also seen it where, sometimes the men's and women's teams may not be the friendliest. Luckily, it didn't have that at LU. It's always been all for one.
And we're seeing that right now too. Got a lot of the members of the guys team here rooting on, possibly getting just as loud and rowdy, if you will. But I can definitely appreciate it. The camaraderie, definitely cool. Nicole Caldwell leads Toledo in game number 2, 2:08.
Boy, Mahachik is dialed in here. Kelly, that is. Kristen not too bad as well.
Kristen had some struggles in game number 1, but has stayed clean so far and puts herself in a position, marking good count to get to 200 or throw a few strikes, get to 214. But Kelly, yeah, both her and Becca King off to great starts here. Gonna be 235 and potential 246 for Kelly out of the gate, so gotta be pretty happy with 480 plus after 2.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye, of course, on the standings perspective. See how Newman continues to do. But, Newman has always been a very good program. And Billy Murphy has done a great job there. Both men and women. To me, always seem to be slightly underrated by most. And yet, at tournaments like these, if the stakes are high, they generally tend to bowl very well. I believe they've been in contention several times here at the Hoosier in the last few years. And correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron. I know it's a couple that I did miss for sure, but
no, that's true. And of course, made to the title round last year. Ended up falling short against Wichita State. But yes, definitely a solid program. Seen a lot of good bowlers come out of there, and recently Sabrina Divis, I believe, has moved on to the PWBA. She had a nice career at Newman a few years prior to that. Georgia Drews won the ISC, I think back in 2012. Lindenwood 977 in the books. Emil just told me I got one of my schools wrong, so it's in Nebraska technically still, so does that... man, I'm getting my states, I'm getting all my schools mixed.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Sabrina, you are correct. That was Midland for her. explains the look on your face when I said that. So.
Speaking of Nebraska, though, someone did have a chat, or excuse me, a question in the chat. I believe that was Chris. Nebraska competing in the Stephen F. Austin Storman Lady Jack Invitational this weekend. Many of the top NCAA schools competing there.
Question about the pattern being used today here. We're at 43 feet in length, 28.25 on the mills, and using 2 different conditioners from Kegel. Today simply known as Kegel C and Kegel T. Some of the latest and greatest being kind of field tested for the first time out here. We also have a picture of the graph available on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. If you find the post mentioning live now on Bowl TV for the Hoosier Classic for this women's block, we have added it in the comments. So you can see the shape there as well. Led by Cassie Sedgwick's 2:34 game. Wisconsin-Madison in the books at 9:15. Final few shots here for Newman and not Midland. Which apparently I get confused now. But that's okay. Jets, Jets.
I tell you, Aaron, I look at Newman and I look at a team who I wouldn't want to face in the postseason. You know, if you factor this, and now obviously Baker's different, but if you factor what this lineup produces and just kind of simulating the Baker format, you know, fill frames, you know, if you're 4-5, whoever that may be, if it's Becca King, who can strike a lot, if it's Miranda, if she's in that role, or one of them is in the 5 spot, or whoever it is, if it's Kelly Mahachik. I mean, that's a pretty solid 1 through 5. When, you know, when we take away the number of shots, if it's 2 shots a game, that's a pretty solid squad. And that's what we're looking at, you know, kind of at this point when we talk about postseason, because it's all Baker from here on out. Sectionals, Baker format, of course. Nationals, Baker as well. And it becomes less about the individual games and more, as it always is really, but the emphasis on the team communication and the team game in the non-traditional sense. That'd be a team for me, I'd say. I would say, I'd check them out. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I'm saying that Newman, if they're in the dance, have a pretty good shot.
Looking at collegebowling.com right now. Over the course of 9 tournaments so far this year, Newman ranked 18th in the country after the latest poll. So keep bowling like this, though. Could see a little jump for the for that final poll.
Yeah, and you know, if someone might say, hey, you know, they shot Kelly shot 240, Becca shot 240. Yeah, I know. I'm not disagreeing, certainly, but and I would also, you know, you take out all of the rankings and all that, because really all of that, it doesn't have as much bearing, so to speak, because of the way sectionals can play out. It can certainly, we've seen it. We talked about it a little bit where teams, expected teams with, top 5 rankings can, sometimes miss the ITCs. It does happen. And that's that's what you get. It's again, it's our March Madness in that regard. Upsets do take place. Come on, 40 Thieves.
Ladies and coaches, we're taking the names out of the scores. As long as there is a letter or a number on your screen with the arrows, you can resume league play.
1,064 for Newman, so 2 great games for them here on Bowl TV. We're going to have game 3 coming up in a minute. I guess they're going to be making some changes here, so it might be a quick second before we get underway. But still got 4 games left here before we're all said and done, so don't go too far. Game 3 here on Bowl TV. Coming up next at the 2017 Hoosier Classic presented by Columbia 300, H2M Management, and Logo Infusion. All right, folks. We are in game number 3 now, starting up. Unfortunately, we lost the names, but we have the scores up again, so I'll be similar to what we had, except we didn't have as long of a break in between, to what we had in the men's squad earlier today. So as soon as we get updates, we'll let you know. As we mentioned in the chat, we did get updates through game 1, and if you watch game 1 of our women's block, you end up seeing the top 4 teams kick things off. So Newman, Wichita State, Pikeville, and Lindenwood led the way. That's who we had. Newman at 1056, Wichita State 1041, Pikeville 1009, and Lindenwood 1008. Those were the only teams that were plus. Marian was 5th with 998. Notre Dame, Ohio 982. Calumet 981. Martin Methodist 976. Weber International 944. Tied with Grandview, rounding out the top 10. 66 teams in the field on the women's side. Individually, a few more folks who we got to see here on Bowl TV. Rebecca King of Newman 259. Megan Hedgespeth of Pikeville 257. Rachel Henson of Martin Methodist 253. Holly Ann Johansson from Wichita State 247. And Samantha Jewell from Kansas Wesleyan 245. It's your top 5 in the individual game department. Once again, if you want to find those standings, this is where I found them at. The links below the video in the description area. We actually have 2 links to it. If you go below the schedule, you'll find final standings at the Hoosier Classic or H2M Management Facebook pages. We got both links there for you. Get you all squared away. For game 3, we're going to get to see Wright State, Ursuline, Weber International, and St. Francis, Illinois. Weber, the defending ITC champion. A little bit different look to the team from last year. They had quite a few graduating players on that team. So head coach Randy Stoughton getting a new group of players. But always a talented program, always a force to be reckoned with here. Definitely hasn't slowed down. Weber, looking at the rankings so far through the season, 3rd overall in the women's standings. St. Francis 1 spot behind in 4th. Wright State also in the top 10 in 8th overall. Wright State made a nice run at the title here in 2016, falling to eventual champion Wichita State in the semifinals. Ursuline found themselves in a similar spot, falling in the semifinal match to Newman. Nice break there for St. Francis. I didn't see a 210 up there. Did you, Emil?
I did not see it.
It's not up
What
there.
210?
It's gone. I see a strike up there.
Get on out of there. 210.
But St. Francis, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, as programs are able to kind of build up and develop a reputation quickly as a place where not only folks can go for their educational needs, but where you know you're going to get a good college bowling experience. And St. Francis has kind of popped out of nowhere in the past few years to really be a contender here on the women's side, including their first ITC trip back in 2015, ended up making it to the semifinals before falling a little bit short of making it to TV. But they have definitely done a nice job in building that program over the past few years. Could say the same thing about Wright State as well. Teams that may have not been on anyone's radar going back 5-10 years ago, but all of a sudden they're throwing their hat into the ring.
Yeah, St. Francis, local in our eyes, from Joliet, Illinois, and led by Tony Talley, along with George Contos. Very familiar, of course, with George from his exploits in the Open Championships. Also listed there, A.J. Johnson as an assistant coach as well. So some very solid and knowledgeable members of the coaching staff. But you know, again, someone has a vision to create a program, and specifically in Illinois, where very good bowlers at the high school level, youth levels, to be able to start a program with. So that certainly does not hurt. Now, they anticipated or expected success immediately. Generally doesn't happen, but in the case of St. Francis, they've gotten off to a great start as a program. Both the men and the women. Women seem to be, I should say, making nationals a couple years ago at a semifinal appearance, and so clicking, kind of already, if you will, and led by really a couple of nice players, including Lauren Choha, the seniors on the squad from Lockport. Her sister Nicole is junior. Speaking of George, it's a good guy there. It's good dude.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say that. One of the good guys in the sport. So always good to see George giving us a little wave here in the booth. Although usually he comes by with a note most times. So I'm waiting to. He always has a shout out for someone. So I'm waiting for that. So if I will gladly read that for George any day of the week too. So One of the things I really remember about last year in covering this event was kind of my introduction to Wright State head coach Jeff Fleck. And Jeff not afraid to get animated when his team's bowling well. And
that's very, very fair to say.
And that was
in a good way.
In a good way, absolutely. And that match against Wichita State, there were in the semifinals definitely some back and forth. Even though they didn't get the job done, you definitely knew who the player's biggest fan was. And that was Jeff, and nobody rooted quite as hard. And trying to use the little body English up there, trying to get pins to fall the right way, getting the ball to hook. But Jeff has definitely put together a great program here at Wright State and has kind of turned it into a perennial ITC combatant. And that, in all these cases, something we say a lot, but it's true. It's fun watching these, getting to watch these programs develop over the years. But Jeff, for his hard work in 2016, and rightfully so, ended up earning the Kerm Helmer Coach of the Year award at the ITCs in Wichita. They had the award banquet, and for the women, Jeff was named Coach of the Year, so that meant a lot to him, and definitely great to see.
Jeff's daughter used to bowl collegiately as well. During my time, Jessica Fleck to Morehead State. One day, Aaron, you're going to win Coach of the Year.
I'm not sure what I'm going to be coaching, but I'll start preparing my acceptance speech now.
You are going to be Coach of the Year. Something else. Broadcaster of the Year. That's you.
Don't know about that.
Absolutely.
My top influences in broadcasting are Emmanuel Williams Jr. and Craig Sager.
That's terrible. Not Craig. I mean, Craig, obviously phenomenal broadcaster. Emmanuel Williams Jr. You're basing it on that guy.
Let's see, if I'm going to be Coach of the Year, I got to start working on my popisms. Taking my Greg Popovich game down.
Yeah, that's a good coach to model. Yeah, be Pop. That's who you want to be. That is who you want to be. That's a good question. I'm about to check it out. Look at this guy. Already beat me to it.
Oh,
Look at this guy.
I already had it up because I just talked about that. But for Randy Stoughton, doesn't appear to be an award he has won so far on the USBC collegiate side yet. He's got a few national titles in his back pocket, but Coach of the Year, not one of them yet. Certainly plenty of time, and a yearly candidate for the award. Also have to remember, Weber's hasn't been around all that long in the collegiate game. 2010 was the Warriors' first year on the scene, if you will. And the women won the ITC that year as well in El Paso, Texas. Here's we have, I forget, Riv, a pin in the gutter over on 73. Wonder if our man Big Mike is still in the house. One of the
Good man earlier. Good man.
one of the employees here at Western Bowl. Always a great facility to come to for us. Not only for the Hoosier Classic, but Junior Gold. Just this past summer, and spent a lot of time here over the years, and they always do a great job. Big shout out to them for all their hard work and commitment to make this tournament great. And of course, the guys behind the scene who really make it happen. Nick Hoagland, Bo Shipley, Nick Harishny, Dylan Murphy, Steve Harmon. Sure, I'm missing one or two other guys, but it's always a pleasure to get to work with those guys. They do a great job. They put their blood, sweat, and tears into this event each year, and it's always something special too, especially at the end. Getting the opportunity to take home that title definitely means a lot to these players, these student athletes, and it means just as much to those guys to be able to hand out that award for a job well done over a lot of games of bowling on tough conditions, finding a way to put yourself in position to get the W. Just one open so far for St. Francis here through 4 frames. Staying clean for the most part, a few doubles. Weber International, however, starting to pile on some strikes here. And here we are in game 3. See, I told you everything would be all right. We have scores up now through 2. Wichita State has moved into the top spot after 2 games, edging their in-city rival, Newman. 21-35 for the Shockers, 21-20 for the Jets. They've already built up a sizable difference between the rest of the field, already up 100 on everyone else through 2 games. Wright State, who we have featured right now, is in 3rd place with 2013. The only other team plus at the moment, Notre Dame, Ohio, at 2003 in 4th. St. Ambrose in 5th, 1992. Lindenwood in 6th, 1985. Pikeville, 7th, 1951. Weber International on our featured pair at the moment, 1908 in 8th. Calumet 9th, 1897. And Baker rounds out the top 10 with 1871. Rebecca King, who we've gotten to see strike quite a bit. 501 through 2. That is just enough to hold on to the lead. Anna Anderson of Weber International at 500 on the nose. Kelly Mahacek from Newman at 481. Alyssa Estep from Notre Dame, Ohio, 466. And Megan Zipansky from Bellarmine, 460 rounds out your top 5 so far. Leslie Campbell from Wright State, not too far behind at 459. Megan Hedgespeth from Pikeville at 459 as well. Laura Plazas from Wichita State, 450. Holly Ann Johansson from Wichita State, 447. And Destiny Harper from Emmanuel, 446 rounds out our top 10. We mentioned Anna Anderson. I believe she'll be bowling anchor here for Weber in just a moment. Got to see the left-hander for the first time at the World Bowling Youth Championships this past summer in Lincoln, Nebraska, bowling for Sweden. So Weber International has always, even from the very beginning, had a knack for recruiting internationally. So here's another example of that. Here's Anna up in the 5th. Smooth rolling lefty, makes it 4 out of 5.
Last time they had a smooth rolling lefty, they won a title, I believe. If my memory serves correct.
You talking about Haley?
I am talking about Haley Beavis.
She was pretty good.
She was. She started her career.
I shouldn't say was. Probably still is.
She still is.
Yes. I would imagine. But
I believe I've seen her for the last couple of years. Bowling. She was still very good. I don't know if she started her career at Martin Methodist, but I do know she did attend and bowl for Martin Methodist at a time prior to Weber International. She might have been a grad student when she went to Weber, but again, don't recall. I know she struck a lot.
I believe Haley has moved on to the coaching game as well. I believe at Tulane now, I want to say.
Indeed.
Different last name now. I might mispronounce it, so I could spell it, but Begins with a V. And there's an E, then an I, TCH.
I think.
Vict.
Beach, maybe.
Beach. See, this is what I do. I mess up last names. I don't mean to.
Well, I mean, that one you don't
But
know.
It's not intentional. When it happens, it's never intentional. And we have good folks in the chat like Dawn helping us out too, so we appreciate the notes there, Dawn.
I talked about what you need to be successful. You know, come postseason time, I mean, you need a steady, consistent, and quite frankly, someone, you know, your anchor's got to strike. Just plain and simple. And Haley did all of that and more.
Definitely cool, calm, and collected up there. That was never surprised to see her throw a clutch double in the 10th. In fact, if you gave her the opportunity, you almost expected it.
And that's generally the sign of a very good anchor player, in my experience and opinion. It is, you know, it's a shock when they don't double. Jeff giving it the slap out there. Coach Fleck I'm talking about. I like it. Guy completely off subject, but gotta stop by the grocery store tomorrow. Talked about snacks and eating good.
That's true. There's
Currently surrounded by great snacks. First of all, just hungry. But the snacks are looking plentiful and good, solid, healthy snacks too. Apples, pepperoni, and crackers and cheese seems to be very popular amongst the collegiate bowling crowd. Easy to make, simple, yet effective.
Did you just say pepperoni and crackers are easy to make?
Well, when you
they come in a container right there. It's just a matter of putting them together.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you want to make a,
I'm not asking you to make the pepperoni or the cracker.
that process seems much more
No, that's a
in
tough
depth.
process.
Much more in depth. However, the pepperoni cracker situation we have on the table, that's your choice. You could go meat, cracker, meat, cracker, meat, cracker. There's so many possibilities. Thanks to Jim in the chat as we get back on track here. Lexi Shirley from Ursuline, 6 for 6 to start game number 3. She'll be up on lane 72 in just a few moments.
Front 6 on lane 77 as well. Looks like that is. I'll be able to tell you in a second. I know Sienna Heights is on the pair, but that front 6 not on that team. Lexi. Another 10. Then just lays right in front of the 10. So that ends the string at 6. Lexi. Shot there.
As we hit the home stretch here, game number 3 coming up next. We're going to see Weber and Ursuline once again. They're going to switch pairs. Joining Weber on 71-72 is going to be McKendree. Over on 73 and 74, Marian. Not too far of a trip for those folks, located here in Indianapolis. For McKendree, the girls team bowling 2 tournaments this week, the way it kind of works out, and as one of the programs that competes on both the NCAA and the USBC Collegiate side. Part of the team is in Houston for the Stephen F. Austin hosted event. It probably has a proper name, but I don't know it at the moment. I think you said it earlier, but I don't recall. And then they have the other half of the team here. Stephen F. Austin is Stormin' a Lady Jack invite. So there we go.
see Shirley back on it. In the 8th. Strike. That front 7 I mentioned earlier, a few pairs away, is now the front 8. And I believe it is someone on the Urbana University squad. So the Savannah College of Art and Design mentioned in the chat. Talked a little bit earlier about former players moving on to be coaches. Katie Thornton certainly one. Saw another former player as well assisting Bridget Harris, who also was mentioned in the chat. Hadn't seen Bridget in several years. It's good to see her. First thing I say now, generally, whoever it is I see, or they may say it first, generally something along the lines of, wow, it's been so long, and then B, we're old. Okay. Both are correct.
Yes, you are old. I agree with that. Even though we're the same age for another few months. You will advance in agedom before I will.
Pin kicked out there for Urbana University. The third player, she's got the front 8. On lane 77.
Question in the chat about where exactly Wright State is, and Dayton, Ohio is correct. The Wright State Raiders.
The Raiders.
Shout out to Chris Berman.
This is game 3, is that correct?
This is game 3. So we're just about at the halfway point. 3 nearly in the books. Soon, only 3 to go. Will we have some excitement over there a few lanes to our left first, or right, excuse me.
Talked about, of course, the first 2 games and what we saw from respective teams who were here earlier. And obviously we'd have to really watch to see how the lanes would then take shape after that, as of course as they continue to transition. No one's struggling per se, and they can still eclipse certain numbers, with some solid frames, or solid 10th frame, I should say, as we enter that. But would you say the scoring pace is slightly tapered off a little bit?
I would feel comfortable with that assessment.
Not for Lexi Shirley.
Now Lexi taking care of business here in game 3. 8 out of 9.
She's playing in that zone where, like we talked about the first 2 games, right? Or somewhere between, looks to be 8, 12 from here. Ursuline had a pretty good squad, if I'm not mistaken, last year. They just missed earning an intercollegiate team championship's berth, I believe, at sections. It was 5th. Had an All-American.
Rachel Wright, correct?
That is correct.
Is that it? Okay.
Front 9.
All right, well. Nine in a row is pretty cool. It's over on 77 and 78.
AA runs, don't step out. Try to record a little history. Lane 77. We'll finish out game number 3 with our featured pairs. However, almost 2 boulders through the 10th frame. St. Francis is. St. Francis struggled a little bit this game here. 184, 156 now. Best come up here could be 177. Nice day trying to show a little fight here at the end of their game. Ursuline really led by Lexi Shirley. She can shoot 279. Well, that's a tough spare you don't see every day, do you? 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. Makeable, but a little tough always with the 3, 6, 9, 10. Gave it a run there. She'll finish with 163. You know, that's an interesting question, Ryan. I'm not sure if I have a favorite. If I had to choose one, my first choice would probably be, I don't know, chips and salsa. You can't go wrong with that. I used to be very partial to potato skins. Not my favorite, so I still don't think I have one, but if there's a first choice, that might be it. I'll be sure to ask Aaron that question when he returns. In what could be a 300 game on 77. All right, Wright State finishes up 8:59. Very nice game from Lexi Shirley, 256. Ryan, I will say as of late, calamari has been something I've taken an interest in. Fried though, has to be fried. Okay, celery with ranch. Okay with that. I tell you, if they served peanut butter and celery as an appetizer, I'd get that every time, or apples and peanut butter. All right, the run at perfection on lane 77, unfortunately, has come to an end. They 3'6", it looks like. Tough angle. Could be 6'10". It probably is a 6'10". From here. Like a 6'10" in and out of range all at the same time. All right, 9:49 for Ursuline. And 71 and 72 is completed game 3. And we will have Weber. Weber will just move on over. A pair to the left. McKendree. We'll move over a pair to the right. And we will have the Lady Bearcats. Will also be joined by Marian, as Ursuline will again take a jump to their right in the next pair. So it looks like Weber will keep the streak alive as far as games over plus that we've seen so far, now only on 73 and 74 in this pair. As the streak's over on 71 and 72. Weber, such a different team from a personnel standpoint, just from what we have seen in the last couple of years, of course. But, you know, that's college sports, sports in general. Of course, everyone enters and we all leave and graduate at some point. But when you're there, it seems like such a long time. Daria Pye used to be Verity Crawley's. Tony Ballmer's. 10:04 for Weber. They go +4. They'll take it. And 8:61. St. Francis, Illinois. So again, Weber will just move over one pair. We've got some Weber fans in the chat room, so stick around. We will get game 4 with Weber as well. Again, Weber, McKendree, 71 and 72, along with Marian and Ursuline on 73 and 74. Just about everybody, the teams around us here, just about done with game 3, so everyone should just about be flipping almost together. 75-76. Yeah, they've got a few bowlers left to play, probably giving, of course, the extra courtesy to Urbana University. They certainly had the front 9. That's a great gesture, if that's indeed the case. No, sir, no one's going home yet. Game 4 coming up next. All right, we'll take a momentary break. Players get settled in. So they're waiting for their screens to turn over. Shouldn't take too long. We'll be back in a moment, folks. This is the 48th annual Hoosier Classic. By Columbia 300 Logo Infusion and H2M Management.
All right, folks, we are transitioned to game number 4. Welcome back to Bowl TV. Weber International on 71 and 72, and Ursuline on 73 and 74. And our first glimpse at McKendree and Marian today. Game 4 on the men's side was where we first started to see the big scores start popping in. Calumet College leading the way overall. Posted a 1,200 plus game. On their way into the overall lead. Games 5 and 6 also fared pretty well, especially here on Bowl TV. We got to see some nice games. Newman making a big jump at the end. Definitely opened up finally. Folks are able to kind of start to migrate left, especially on the right side, and saw some big numbers down the stretch, but we'll see if it transitions the same way for the ladies. Rev rate's a little bit lower on the women's side, so most of them probably playing pretty close to a similar zone throughout the house. So at that point, just gets to be about shot making good decisions with your equipment. When that lane does start to open up or transition, whatever it may be. Shot making, ball selections. Some good hindsight from a quality coach as well. Help you get to the top of the standings. Question in the chat, have we had any 300s yet on this new oil? We had one on the men's side earlier today. Alistair Rutledge delivering all 12 for Nebraska. Also had a 299 and a 298 as well. None that we know of yet on the women's side. This is game 4 of 6 of women's qualifying here in day 1 at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, the 48th annual tradition presented by Columbia 300, H2M Management, and Logo Infusion. The final Tier 1 of the 2016-2017 USBC Collegiate season, as these teams will next prepare for sectionals coming up a month from today. Well, not kind of from today, but pretty much a month today. Sectionals will be taking place at 4 locations across the country. Top teams, as well as individuals from that, will make it to Baton Rouge in April for the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships. I was told Emil said I was answering a question, so I'm going to do it. Favorite appetizer? Mr. Ryan Prather, a mozzarella sticks guy. Nope, suspense no longer needed, so there you go. I was unaware, but now I knew the question was out there, and there we go. Appreciate the kind words there, Ryan. Definitely a long day, but that's, you know what you're going to get coming to the Hoosier Classic. Not only a long day for these competitors, a lot of dedicated parents out here, coaches. But we'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, for the final block of qualifying 15 Baker games. Uh-oh. What had happened was the ball was going one way, and then it elected to not do that. I actually didn't see it happen in the moment. Due to the power of
watch this replay.
Tape delay broadcast.
Look out. We got to have that. That's blooper reel.
It's tough to regroup after that. But
I think she's going to make it.
I think her teammates are. They're standing awfully close after that. I would.
She's making it.
Push. Just got real.
It did get real.
Those things happen, though. It's happened to all of us one way or the other.
I was just saying, that happens to the best. Certainly. Everyone goes through that at some point. But when you do it, it's the most like unexpected thing. It's so, you'll be like, what? How did that happen?
But despite that miscue, Weber off to a pretty strong start here.
Weber, another school, and they just retool.
Yeah, looking at the team that won last year, I can already name 3 or 4 players who are going to be on this ITC roster that are no longer on that team.
Are you going to name the same players I named?
Did you do that already?
Well, not like yesterday, or sorry, the last 2 minutes.
When I was away?
I think you were away.
So you said like
We can
Gertie
revisit.
Crawley and Daria Payuk, Tawny Vollmer,
I said those 3 names.
Desiree Negron.
I said it in a different way.
Steal my thunder. That's
I
all
mean,
right.
it's okay if you say the same point in a different way.
That's okay, but I didn't know you said it in the first way because I had left the live streaming booth for a moment
Well, yeah, you have
to experience the rest of the world.
Yes, sir. That is Matt Farber coaching McKendree.
The Matt Farber.
The Matt Farber. I only got a chance to see Matt Farber actually bowl. I've never seen him bowl.
You haven't?
I've never seen it. I still haven't actually seen him bowl in person. Saw him bowl via the live stream. Team USA trials.
Mr. Farber, he's a good kid. But yes, part of the McKendree coaching staff nowadays, along with the O'Keefes. So as we mentioned, part of the McKendree women team in Houston for the Stephen F. Austin Storman Lady Jack Invitational. So Matt taking on the coaching duties here in Indianapolis.
Shout out to Don Warren. Don has been kicking it with us for a long time today.
Absolutely. Dawn's seen Dawn a lot today.
I don't know why she would do that. And I'm talking about with us. She's here to watch bowling.
There's a possibility that she has the sound off and she it's perfectly okay.
That is the possibility.
But I know we've been talking to her, so I know she's been listening. And of course, given the chance to see Weber a few times today. Shout out to everyone for their support throughout this. Kind comments in the chat. We definitely appreciate it. Ben's been in the chat quite a bit today as well. And for everybody's patience today, did a great job out there. I'm going to read you some Game 3 standings because those are up. So new leader,
Uh-oh.
St. Ambrose jumping into the lead.
Oh.
Only 2 teams plus now. St. Ambrose 30-31. Newman holds on to that second spot, 30-11. We had heard Wichita State had a rough game. They dropped to third, 29-73. Lindenwood in fourth, 29-39. Weber International currently featured at 29-12, rounding out the top 5. We'll go a few more spots. Notre Dame, Ohio, 28-87. Wright State at 28-75. Urbana, 28-64. Pikeville, 28-40. Concordia, 27-91, rounding out your top 10. Anna Anderson of Weber International, your leader after 3, 7:22. Kayla Crawford of St. Ambrose helping to make that move, 2:57 in game 3. She's at 6:81. Rebecca King of Newman in third, 6:78. Kelly Mahacek from Newman, 6:75. Some consistent performances there. And Notre Dame, Ohio's Alyssa Estep at 6:50 for the top 5. Once again, you can find those at the same place I found them, on Facebook. Like most cool things, you can find it there. So be sure to check out the links in the description below the video. Or if you're already friends on Facebook with H2M Management or the Hoosier Classic, you can find them there too.
Listen, man, I've got to meet Dawn Warren. I'm missing out. Like everyone knows Dawn. But clearly, we're not in, we're not where we need to be in life. Let's make that a new goal. Let me meet Dawn.
Dawn Warren, all right. Squad goals.
Maybe ITC, that's right. Hashtag squad goals. Maybe ITCs. Maybe. It's near Florida. Ryan has co-signed Dawn, so we're good. Appreciate that, Ryan. I didn't have any doubts whatsoever. Generally, when 10 people in a chat room all say the same great things about one person, it's definitely a good sign.
I would say so. All right, question in the chat. The pattern being used here for the women for these 6 games, 43 feet in length, 28.25 mils for the volume. 2 different conditioners being used. Brand new, never before seen. This is kind of the first test of it all in a field this size. Just calling it Kegel C and Kegel T so far. They don't have official names yet. And if you want to see what the actual graph looks like, we've posted a picture on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. Scroll in and find the kind of the post introducing this event live now on Bowl TV. You can find it in the comments there. It's got all the info. As we say, you can see the shape, all that good stuff. So Saw a little different pattern for the guys earlier today, 45 feet. Big 35.685 mils, I believe. That used only the Kegel C conditioner. Robert Morris, Illinois women currently in 37th place, 25.72. And a question about Nebraska, they are not competing on the women's side, but I'll get you the standings for the men's team. They were in 19th place overall. Once again, the top 8 on both sides after these 6 games we've had today, and 15 Baker games tomorrow will advance to the Baker match play bracket. First 2 rounds will be best of 3, the finals best of 5. Question about Ursuline's spot in the standings. They're tied for 26th after 3 games with Grandview. Their total 26 of 46. Foundation frame underway here on 73 and 74. Ursuline and Marian moving along quickly. Just getting into the 7th over on 71 and 72 with Weber and McKendree. Shout out to Dylan Murphy, finally getting a chance to tune in, the hardest working guy here at the Hoosier Classic. Big thanks to Dylan for all he's done. So every time I get an update on scores, it's because Dylan is the man getting stuff done, getting us taken care of here on Bowl TV. So Dylan, thank you, sir. That is a good looking masking unit on 73 and 74. Big thanks to H2M Management for their continued support of this great event. Can't forget about Logo Infusion as well. Of course, the 48th annual Hoosier Classic presented by Columbia 300. Perfect 7th so far, and 7 for 7. For Weber's 4th bowler. I'm sure with the Weber contingent in the chat room, we can drop a name for me. Anna Anderson leading the way through 3 games so far with 722. Putting together another solid effort here. No problem on the 10 pin for her to stay clean. Again, Weber currently in the top 5, 29-12 for their 3-game total, looking to make that jump here in game 4. All right, appreciate the help in the chat on the name. Not gonna lie, I've had some fun interpretations of names throughout the day. So if anyone would like to kind of spell Becca's last name out for me a little bit better, as far as how it's actually pronounced, I'm sure I could come up with a few ways, but I do appreciate the help. Question in the chat, is Adrian College going to be on the live stream? We had them earlier today for the men. However, it does not appear they're going to be making it here in games 5 or 6. So they were on 73 and 74, very first game. Great run to start game number 4 for Weber's Becca Shapinski. Fortunately, a 10-pin stands. Seems, if I talk about it, bad things happen, but things we got to talk about. Dawn, I trusted you on that pronunciation, so hopefully we were close. No problem on the spare for Becca. Still in great shape to put a nice game here. .968 the final total for Ursuline here in game 4. 9:47 still available for Marian. Ten-pin ends another string of strikes for Weber, this time in the 9th frame for Taylor and Boltice. Part of that team took home the title last year. No problem on the spare for Taylor, though. Nice 2:40 finish there for Marian to get to 9:47. So this is a game where folks move a little bit further, so might be a little bit of delay before game 5. Of course, we got some unfinished business here on 71 and 72. Individual standings also available at the moment. And the links in the description below the video, but since we're already there, Weber's Anna Anderson, 722. Kayla Crawford from St. Ambrose, 681. Rebecca King from Newman, 678. Kelly Mahacek from Newman, 675. And Alyssa Estep from Notre Dame, Ohio, 650. There's your top 5. It goes to the top 39, so at least that's what they provide on the Hoosier page right now. We'll have a full recap available at the end of the block. Weber sends the head pin around the 10 on the washout. Already at 962 for their team total. They can add another 130. That'll put them at 1092. Should be a little bit less now. Taylor leaving the 6-9-10. Just a reminder, game 5. It's going to feature Robert Morris, Illinois, Lindenwood-Belleville, Grandview, and Emmanuel coming to lanes 71 through 74. After leaving the 10 pin in the 8th frame. Over on 71, Becca Shepinski runs a little bit high there. Leaves the 4, so 259 max score. Now out there, Weber already ahead with the 1,000 mark. Problem on the single pin for Becca. Their max now 1058. Not enough to get them back to plus, but gets them closer, and closer works too. Skew in the 10th there from Anderson. Finishes with 202, 1,035 for Weber International. Some solid performances here from McKendree, so Mama Bearcat, Shannon O'Keefe. got one team down in Houston, and sure going to be checking in on the Bearcats here on Bowl TV, hopefully. Seeing how they're doing here. Nice 226 there. They can max out at 975 this game. 3 more strikes in the 10th. All right, folks, just a reminder, transition between Game 4 and Game 5. Well, this is when the teams will make some of their bigger moves throughout this 80-lane center, so we'll be waiting for teams to come to us, hopefully not too long. 2 great shots in the 10th there. But we're not going anywhere. 2 to go here on Bowl TV. Pushing about hour number 13 on the broadcast today. Not consecutive, that might be a record or something, but probably not even a record. But throughout the course of the day, we had the oil break in between the men's and the women's squad, but we're on our second win. We're ready for 2 more. Nice finish there for McKendree, 974. Weber, 1,035 over on 71-72. Games 5 and 6 still left to come here. Women's qualifying day 1 at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, presented by Columbia 300, H2M Management, and Logo Infusion. A big thanks to all of them. We're at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. Big thanks to their staff as well, of course. All the folks who put so much time and effort into this event. Nick Hoagland, Dylan Murphy, Nick Harishny, Bo Shipley. Those guys putting in the long hours as well. I'm probably forgetting a few too. So we appreciate their support, but Game 5 coming up next. So hang tight. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. All right, back at it here at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, presented by Columbia 300 H2M Management. And Logo Infusion. Over on 71 and 72 to your left, we have Robert Morris, Illinois, and Lindenwood-Belleville. On the women's side, the last team not named Wichita State to win the Hoosier Classic was Robert Morris, Illinois. So the Eagles won in 2013. It's been Wichita State each of the past 3 years. And over on 73 and 74, we have Grandview and Emmanuel in the lanes. Now we had some Emmanuel fans in the chat, so we got them here in Game 5. The Emmanuel Lions coming to us from Franklin Springs, Georgia. Have made the ITCs the past 2 years, looking to make it 3 in a row here in 2017. Another one of those up-and-coming programs that we've been talking about throughout the course of the day. Looking at the roster from last year's ITC, not a single senior out of that group of 8 players, so definitely a team that has built some depth. You know, the name Destiny Harper is one we've seen quite a bit at the top of the standings throughout the past few seasons. So far this season, Destiny has already won 3 individual events, taking the top spot at the Louisville Classic, the Seminole Classic, and Norse Classic. Competing in her senior season. Question about the format tomorrow. Going to be 15 games at Baker. Kicking off with the men first, 7:30 p.m. or it's going to be a.m. It's going to be morning. It's going to be here before you know it. 7:30 a.m. Eastern start time for that. So we'll have those 15 Baker games here on Bowl TV. Then the women will be back for their 15 games at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We will not have that on Bowl TV because at the same time we'll have the men's Baker match play bracket going on, so we will feature that. But don't worry, we'll have the women's finals scheduled to start approximately 4 p.m. Eastern. So there's the schedule for tomorrow. The Baker matches will be best of 3 for the first 2 rounds. Then for all the marbles, best of 5.
Someone's burning some popcorn.
Certainly does smell delicious and fantastic.
You enjoy burnt popcorn?
At 10:45 p.m. Eastern, Saturday night at Western Bowl at the Hoosier Classic. Yes, I do.
Just joining us, of course, Game 5. The 48th Annual Hoosier Classic. We're at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, Indiana. Here and briefly referenced just a little bit ago. See the finish line ahead. Lindenwood-Belleville. If you recall that that program was beginning. And the campus, Belleville in general, when it opened. The talks of getting that going. The program has seen some pretty decent success as well to be such a young program also, as we talked about various other programs in that same situation prior to, and also earlier today. Men's team made a Nationals appearance. Intercollegiate team championships. A couple years ago, the Lynx.
This is game 5 of 6 of women's qualifying here. Day number 1 at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, taking place at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. Emil has a storied collegiate career. Leadoff man for the 2005 Lindenwood Lions. And Emil, we've had the opportunity to talk about a lot of things today because we've been here since like 3 a.m. But you know, you kind of talk about the tradition of this event, and you're a few years out of your competing days. You spend a few years on the coaching side as well. Let's talk about, you know, a lot of folks look forward to this event each year. For you, as a player, what, obviously, you know, sectionals, ITCs, those had their own special meetings. Was there anything special, any other events? Obviously, the Hoosier had some prestige, but, and I shouldn't say did, it still does, but what kind of other events did you look forward to kind of every year, kind of places to go, certain houses, just certain things that kind of made that tournament unique and special? So I'm asking you to dig deep, go back a few years, and let us know a little bit about that.
I didn't have a set per se that I look forward to, because they all, you know, like, hey, this is what we do. You know, I know the schedule, I know where we're going, but this is what we do. So it was almost kind of like, it certainly wasn't work by any means, but yeah, I knew the schedule. You go to it, you do what you got to do, you know, to win. But I would say something like the first event of the year. That was generally the Hammer, which is now the Hammer Midwest Collegiate Championships, and in the Milwaukee area,
Wauwatosa, yep.
And really simply because it was the first event of the year. Kind of get the rust off, if you will, from real live tournament competition. You probably had tryouts, you've been practicing. It's kind of like, you know, players don't like to have training camp for too long because you get tired of hitting the same guys. You don't want to hit their teammates. So it's kind of like that in a sense, where you practice with the same dudes. You competed against them in practice, in many cases in tryouts and in certain situations, and now it's time to bowl against someone else. So that event,
Also a unique house there, at least the one year I competed, having the kind of split house with, how many lanes did that end up having total? That was a big place.
That's a great question. I don't remember, but it definitely had two sides, and it was kind of separated in a very,
like in an L shape almost,
yes,
kind of.
That's a really good question, Aaron.
I'm not going to remember off the top of my head. Google seems like so far away right now, but
there are some events that I only actually got to bowl once, because we went to them as my last year bowling. One would be the Boilermaker Classic. Actually, that event was like an accident.
An accident?
It was an accident. We were not supposed to attend that event. We were on our way to, which brings up another event, the Brunswick Southern Classic in Atlanta, Georgia. And that event in itself was cool because that was kind of like our road trip. So we didn't really travel that far, generally, outside of the Midwest most of the time, maybe I think as far east as Kentucky used to go. I don't even think we went to, Ohio. But the Atlanta trip, again, was that opportunity to, nice little bus ride, teammates, kind of kick back. Everyone gets their own seat.
Own seat, that's
Cool. That was a big deal.
that's big time right there.
That was a big deal. Having your own, I shouldn't say seats. If you're traveling via charter bus, so, with two seats, of course. You get your own space, basically. But we used to stop at a particular area in Tennessee. That just had a great view. It's like a little river. We'd always stop there every single time on the way. That was like our rest stop. That was like the team's thing. And then we proceed on. And so just kind of the road trip of that. But getting back to the original story, 2006-07, senior year. On the way, literally on the way to Georgia via bus, staff realizes that we didn't have some paperwork in for the event. So what seemed like a split second, it was like, well, we can't turn around. But we did turn around, but we went to West Lafayette, Indiana. I forget how far we were away. It wasn't too bad, where it was just, we're in Atlanta, which would have been even worse. But we had plenty of time to get to West Lafayette, and then we proceeded to just win the tournament.
Well, there you go.
And to be quite honest with you, it wasn't even close.
To put it bluntly,
That was,
and
that's
Lindenwood was
one
never
for sure.
invited back after that.
I think we've been back ever since. No, that's one that always will stick with me because of the circumstance. And at the time, it was like a little bit. You kind of felt you walked in and people weren't expecting us to be there. Teams weren't, expecting us. We weren't obviously originally on the schedule, and it's kind of like,
Big bad Lindenwood walks in.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it was just, sometimes you have a shot. Sometimes you don't. And that was just one of those deals. So that won't always ring the bell, or will stay with me for a while as well. And the Orange and Black, actually, Orange and Black Classic runs every year. Beaver Creek, Ohio. Just the center size. It was like the first center I'd been in that was as large. I don't think it was 80. I can't remember how many it is now, but that wasn't like Woodland. Oh wow, this is fantastic. And the teams, just great depth of teams. We should always compete with in that event.
I think I bowled in that event. Let me see. I did bowl in the Orange and Black. Not well. Back in my lone year. But I have to agree, the Midwest Collegiate, for me, that was an opportunity to kind of see the collegiate scene for the first time, kind of see some of the bigger names who I had heard about, who I had read about. I know we crossed, or we didn't cross, but we bowled next to Kansas one game, and that was the first opportunity to see Rhino Page in person, and that was kind of a name that I had heard about for a while, and a few others as well. Probably a first time seeing your teammate as well, Brian Valenta, in person, rocking it 2 hands. We probably crossed paths, and we just didn't know our destiny would lead us here. But I feel my most, I guess my favorite story, or just an interesting one for me, was it's actually the second event of the year, the Brickyard Classic. And in a weird situation, I did not actually attend West Lafayette. I was at a satellite campus in Indiana, about an hour and a half away. So we were leaving pretty early to go bowl. The tournament was here in Indianapolis, I'm pretty sure. Brickyard Classic would make sense. And so we bowled the first day. We bowled great. And I really didn't look at the itinerary for the trip. So the night before, I had found a buddy in West Lafayette, and this was kind of the time before cell phones too, or at least before I really had a cell phone. And ended up, just crashing at his place for that night. Then drove out with the team in the morning. So I didn't realize that we didn't have like a team hotel booked in Indianapolis. And it was so happened to be game day, college game day that day. This was like in the middle of the Kyle Orton phase. Was in West Lafayette that day. Yahtzee.
Okay.
Some excitement. Whoa. That was elaborate, but well done, Grandview. But was the Yahtzee for 5 in a row for the perfect frame, or for 5 in a row for the bowler? Was it for both? Is that like a perfect storm? Should we yell bingo? If no one hasn't, bingo.
A lot of questions.
Yes. It kind of looks like a bingo. I mean, it's we're almost playing 4 corners there. That's in play there, but. So we get through the first day, and it was, depending on what half of the field you were in, you either bowled early or bowled late the next day. So we ended up bowling late.
Sounds like a blue and gold.
This was the Brickyard.
Oh yes, the Brickyard.
And so all of a sudden I realized we're not going to a hotel, and we're going back to West Lafayette. And I really don't know the folks on the team too well at this point. And we drive back to West Lafayette, and I have no place to stay at. So my buddy, I can't get a hold of him. Game day. Kyle Orton, the whole thing's happening. That's like, what on earth am I going to do for shelter this evening? So with the later start, I ended up driving all the way back to Highland, Indiana. I didn't know what to do. Drive back home? Okay. It's like I didn't have a credit card, can't like just crash at a hotel. Drive an hour and a half back, hang out for a while, drive back to West Lafayette in the morning, park the car. Then we ended up finishing second to IU that week. That was the best finish we had that year, at least in the events that I was at. But yeah, no place to stay in West Lafayette, Indiana. And here you guys owned a center there, so.
Yeah, that was a fun trip. Fun, unexpected trip. And to make the most of the things that take place sometimes. Think of, is there any other special type of moments or tournaments that really stood out location-wise, anything of that nature? I guess probably the first time we went to the Western Regional Sectional, which is in Las Vegas. I mean, we thought we just I don't even know how to describe the excitement level when we found out we were going to Vegas. Just like, oh man, we get to go to Vegas.
It's Vegas. Starting on Wednesday, I'll be living there. How about that?
That is correct. How about that? A man of many talents.
Many talents, yes. A few more long days scheduled in driving, but going to take a quick break and take a look at the standings through 4. We got those now. St. Ambrose holding on to the lead. Only team plus right now, 4,009, so plus 9. Lindenwood moves into second, 39.73. Weber International, 39.47. We saw them last game. Wichita State in fourth, 39.37. Notre Dame, Ohio, 38.84. Newman in sixth, 38.77. Urbana, 38.70. Wright State in eighth, 38.29. Pikeville in ninth, 38.17. And Concordia, 37.88. Holding down the top 10 individually. Anna Anderson still in the top spot from Weber International, 9.24. Rebecca King from Newman, 8.84. Amanda Garavet moves into the top 5 with a big 2.65 in game 4 for the Lions of Lindenwood, 8.81. Kayla Crawford of St. Ambrose, 8.61. She's tied with her teammate Miranda Rodriguez to round out the top 5. We have Megan Zapansky of Bellarmine in 6th place, 8.48. Taylor Boltice, Weber, 8.44. Holly-Ann Johansson, Wichita State, 8.40. Leslie Campbell, Wright State in 9th. 800, or not 800. Yeah, sure, 838. There we go. And Shirley Lexi from Ursuline, who we saw the last 2 games, 836. So there's your top 10.
Angel's trying to get some things done here. Trying to make it happen. Trying to keep up, trying to get something started of their own with Grandview. Grandview has other plans.
All I heard was 6-pack. We have Grandview games 5 and 6. If they keep striking like this is definitely going to keep the energy up here for our final 2 games.
back on 73. Miss F there for leadoff bowler. Lead 10 on a four-bagger. Six. Looking for seven. Two individuals on Grandview. The Vikings. Why is that allowed, Anderson?
Chopping the 610?
Yeah, just chopping spares.
I believe.
But that's definitely.
I believe it's involved with science. So we'll need to consult a scientist.
If only there was a place where there was a scientist.
I see what you did there. We do know scientists. I'll have to ask Tom Frenzel next time we see him.
That would be great.
Whoa.
They practice on their routine.
I'm gonna say Grandview has been sharp today in the celebration game. There's like there's the initial, there's like occasionally an after celebration song, and like the timing's impeccable as well. That's what really brings it together. I mean, if the dab was off there, I mean, that's just people throwing their hands up. That was crisp.
Oh! Nice break.
Take
7 in a row.
Take them when you can get them. Four in a row for Emmanuel's Destiny Harper.
before that spare, I said McKendree's going to have a chance to really, really obviously make some noise here in this game. Just spare in the 8.
Definitely still a lot of pins out there for the Vikings. So we got quite a few big games possible. Obviously still a few frames to go, but they've put themselves in position to make a big move here. Currently in 30th. So we've seen some teams earlier today on the men's side make that big jump here, games 5 and game 6, and put yourself in position to make a run at the top 8, because that's getting there is half the battle. You just don't want to put yourself in a near impossible position to have a huge Baker Day, especially on a new pattern. Obviously, you see this, you got comfortable with this, you got to see what it's all about. It's gone after today, though. So brand new pattern, brand new challenge.
Crowds have dwindled ever so slightly.
Gotta give a shout out to a few guys in the chat. Eddie Langdon, Dennis Lane, and Ratchet, chilling at the bowling alley watching the live stream. So that's tuning into EC. So that's cool, guys. Appreciate that.
Indeed.
Dennis, you got your shout out there too. And we got 8 in a row.
11:28 Eastern time. Snaring tomorrow. Nice run. Run ends with 8.
Gonna do it. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Say that was Rebecca Browerman from Grandview. We're scouring some team photos here, so I heard someone say, "Come on, Becca," too. So I'm process of elimination. Definitely a nice run, giving some momentum here to the Vikings. Destiny Harper doing the same for Emmanuel. Some nice games as well on 71-72. Robert Morris, Illinois, and Lindenwood-Belleville. Belleville 255. Have a chance for a 258 as well in there. 1,000 definitely within reach.
Doubles in there. Aaron, what are they bowling? Like you have chatted about that a little bit today.
We have. Probably don't want to read that one. That's the men's graph. I promise it's over here. I know it's 43 feet in length. Volume 28.25 mils. 2 different conditioners, Kegel T and Kegel C. They're so new, they're unnamed. Release names not available to the public. So this was kind of the first testing ground for this, for these new oils, kind of see how they hold up in the college spectrum. And if you're interested in seeing what the graph looks like, we have it posted on Facebook. Sport of Bowling USBC, go ahead and check that out. If you don't follow it or like it, please feel free to do so. Then from there, just have to find the post about this live stream going on right now for women's qualifying at the Hoosier Classic. And we have it posted in the comments section. Some nice games here. 71-72. Lindenwood-Belleville. I have 2 bowlers in the 250s. Good count gets them to 1040. 10-17 with a strike for Robert Morris, Illinois. Kinsles gets him to 10-14. .257 and .255 lead the way for Lindenwood-Belleville. The way to 1,043 for game number 5. We're going to get to see if they can match those performances one more time. They'll be heading over to 73 and 74. Be a pretty quick transition here into game number 6. As we mentioned, 2 of the teams already here. Everyone else pretty close. Grandview and Indiana on 71 and 72. Missouri Baptist and Lindenwood-Belleville over on 73 and 74.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little hungry.
You're a little what?
Hungry.
A little hungry. That burnt popcorn got to you finally. I see how it is.
I need a Snickers.
Because you're not you
Not
when
me.
you're hungry? Who does Emil Williams Jr. turn into when he's...
Man, I don't even know. Some hulkish type creature.
Hulkish type creature? Great cover there.
Wow.
The momentum continues for Grandview.
Very nice.
for Emmanuel. They still have 1,000 out there as well. Gonna need some strikes. If it's possible, we've seen it happen.
In the 10th frame. Oh, well, it looked like a pretty decent shot at the very least.
Yeah, I thought that might get up the hill, mix him up a little bit, but still going to be in the 250s. Who knows? Maybe a little excitement here late at night. Kick a pin out. Just the one though for Rebecca, 255. Impressive performance from the Vikings. 1070. It's definitely going to help them bump up a few spots in the standings.
Always gets the job done there. We'll take that plus 70. It's a good overall game as a team.
Definitely had some momentum from putting together a few strikes early. Definitely left a little bit out there, but see a few miscues that could have got him to 1,100. But making a big jump and going to have some confidence. Plus, I'm sure probably keeping an eye on 71-72. Just saw both teams crack 1,000 over there, so confidence has got to be riding high. Confidence high for Destiny Harper. One more gets her to 270. Destiny was in 13th after 4 games overall. 200, 246, 176, 205 for 827. This will get her to nearly plus 100. One more strike. .268. Great game there to get Emmanuel to 993. Some nice games all around here. Game 5, Game 6 will be starting up in just a moment here on Bowl TV, our final game of the day. So don't go too far. They'll be starting up in just a moment here. 2017 Hoosier Classic, Western Bowl in Indianapolis. We appreciate the support throughout the day. Hang out with us for one more game.
Or Indy. Come on out.
right, everybody. This is it. Game 6. Final game of women's qualifying at the 2017 Hoosier Classic, presented by Columbia 300. We are at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm Aaron Smith, alongside Emil Williams Jr. Let's get the rundown of our teams, and we'll get you some updated standings through 5 as soon as we have them. We're seeing Grandview once again. They had a great game in Game 5, 1070. They'll be joined by Indiana, our host of this event, obviously the Hoosier Classic, the Indiana Hoosiers. Over on 73 and 74, Missouri Baptist will be joined by Lindenwood-Belleville. We saw Belleville also have a nice game, pair of 250s from them. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going for one big game to put together some momentum heading into the final 15 Baker games tomorrow. Everyone sit tight and settle in. Game 6 underway here on Bowl TV. Lindenwood-Belleville finding some strikes once again here. Their leadoff bowler has a few opens to start things, but teammates picking her up. She tries to find the right look. From Grand View, a little bit slower pace than what they had last game, on their way to a 1070. Definitely a lot of game left to go here. Just a reminder, we're going to be back at it in 7.5 hours for the final block of qualifying for the men here on Bowl TV. 15 Baker games, so the pace will go pretty quick. Teams will go back and forth on whatever pair of lanes they are for 5 games. So, for instance, if the team happens to draw 71, they would bowl game 1, Baker style. 71, switch to 72, back to 71, back to 72. Finish on 71, that would be their 5 games, then they would move on to the next pair. So that gives us the opportunity to see a few more teams. Then after those 15 games, the total pinfall based off of today's 6 games and tomorrow's 15 Baker games will determine the top 8 for both the men and the women. Who will advance to the Baker match play bracket. This is game 6 of 6. Final few frames. To Mike in the chat. Fresno State. Let's see. Fresno State in 55th overall. At 54-22. Teams are pretty bunched up in that 54 to 5600 area, so a big day for Fresno could get them back into the mix for a nice finish. looking ahead to that final 15 Baker games for the men. Quite a few questions up there. Got some big names in the mix. Got some teams kind of making their first run here at the Hoosier. Huntington sitting one spot out of the top 8 heading into today. 20 pins out. Highland Community College, nice showing today. And we got some bigger name teams kind of on the outside looking in. Our defending champion on the men's side, Lindenwood, currently in 14th. So they are at 58-52. So they are more than 110 pins out of the cut. So what are they going to have to do to make up that ground? They want to have a chance to defend their title. A few spots further down in 20th, Wichita State. At 57-89, so unfamiliar position for the Shockers. Do they have what it takes to make that run? Our defending ITC champion McKendree in 22nd at 57-53. So we'll get to see that unfold tomorrow. Speaking of unfolding, let's unfold the Game 5 standings. They have been updated. St. Ambrose continues to hold on to the lead. The only team plus once again. 50-21. Lindenwood in second, 49-97. Newman in third at 48-93. Wichita State in fourth, 48-86. Weber International rounding out the top 5, 48-27. Notre Dame, Ohio, 48-14. Concordia making a move, 47-80, moving up a few spots. Pikeville in 8th, 47-37. Urbana in 9th, 47-18. And Wright State at 47-16. Grandview made a big jump. They were in 30th last game, jumped all the way to 15th. They gained some momentum with that nice showing. Lindenwood-Belleville moved up to 22nd. We also saw Robert Morris, Illinois, and Emmanuel in Game 5. They are sitting 11th and 12th, respectively, in the standings. Individually, we saw Destiny Harper from Emmanuel shoot 268 last game here on Bowl TV. That was actually enough to catapult her all the way into the top spot. She was in 13th, I believe, after Game 4, so enough to jump her that many spots in the standings. She is one pid ahead of Lindenwood's Amanda Garavet, 1,095 and 1,094. Weber International's Anna Anderson, who was leading after 2, 3, and 4. Rough game for her, 167. She's at 1,091. Kayla Crawford from St. Ambrose, 1,081. And Kelly Mahacek from Newman rounds out the top 5, 1,048. So with there being no additional individual games, the all-tournament team is determined top 5 through 6 games for both the men and the women. On the men's side, Weber's Corey Lenz started with 278. Use that momentum to pace the men's individual standings with a 1387 6-game total. So for Corey, that was a 231 plus average. Lindenwood-Belleville's Tim Heyman and Midland's Nick Pate tied for second, 1353. The final 2 spots went to Pikeville's Andrew Letcher at 1335 and William Patterson's Steve Katawowski. 1333. Question in the chat, what time is it here in Indianapolis? It is 12:13 on Sunday, February 12th. We did start on Saturday.
Yes. Yes, we did start on Saturday.
That was February 11th.
Right and early.
Belleville will have to get that 9 count corrected. Late trip of the 10. Grandview's Rebecca Broerman continuing the momentum from her 250 performance in game 5. 5-6-4 in a row for her. Leading the way for the Vikings. Clean frame in the 6th for the Hoosiers. Nice conversion there of the 4-5. Relief, very near and dear to my heart. Expertly covered right there. All right, figured out the Yahtzee chant from Grandview. It's if an individual player gets 5 in a row. Definitely not the pace they had last game, but their anchor putting the team on the shoulders here. Trying to stay in contention for a top 8 spot.
That's what they do. That's why you put them at the bottom of the lineup. Aaron, what are we looking forward to tomorrow?
There's a lot to look forward to tomorrow. Obviously, biggest field of the year. 78 men's teams and 66 women's teams. And we're going to be cut down to the top 8 for each division. And it's really going to be about who's going to figure it out in Baker. And that's, you know, some teams have put themselves in great spots. Those first few spots on the women's side still, those could swing pretty quickly. There's not a lot of separation. One big game could really do the trick, put someone out ahead by quite a bit. Men's side, Kelly Metten's kind of done their work. Big finish those last 3, and they are 140 pins ahead of the rest of the field. So that's a nice little cushion to have. You never know what the pattern's going to be. That's going to play to your strengths, possibly your weaknesses. What are you going to do in that time to prepare for it? So it's just so many factors, and of course, the always tricky Nick Hoagland pattern is always unique. Something you're not used to seeing. They push you out of your comfort zone. And
as we wrap up this evening, make sure you get the scores turned into us here at the counter. Use the calculator behind your counter. Store your equipment till tomorrow.
Certainly pattern difficulty will have a significant role in what takes place tomorrow. It could. I shouldn't say it will. But it could, certainly.
Thanks for bearing with us tonight. We'll see you in the morning.
just a reminder from the staff, got to get those score sheets in. Crew here has done a great job getting those in quickly. And we'll have a recap with some standings available after we're all said and done here. So by the time the weekend ends, be sure to check out bowl.com. Support a Bowl and USBC Facebook page. At USBC on Twitter. There's a lot of great stuff today on the Youth Bowling Snapchat. So a lot of ways to take in this tournament, and of course here on Bowl TV. Opportunity to see your favorite teams, your favorite student athletes. Time we get down to the nitty gritty.
The tough part.
Get into match play. A little extra bragging right when it's all said and done. For the college ranking point system and how that all works, you want to lead qualifying. That's what helps your ranking for the overall season. That's where you get the points. That's where the bread and butter's at. But winning makes it even better. Now the only question, who's going to be there? Who's going to struggle in the moment? Who's going to make that big comeback? Our defending women's champ, Wichita State, looking to make it 4 in a row. Definitely a big storyline for their seniors. They've never lost here. They have won every single time they have visited Western Bowl for the Hoosier. So they have that opportunity to take home this title one more time. And say, I never lost here. On the men's side, your boys, LU. About 110 pins out. What's Coach Randy Lightfoot going to do when he sees that pattern tomorrow? He's going to tell his team to get motivated. Probably doesn't need to tell them much to get motivated. They want to sign that masking unit once again. What are they going to find out there to possibly make up that difference, or is it going to be a short title defense? Belleville can definitely put up a nice finish here. Can make a move. They're 22nd heading into this game. 45-32. Looking up to 13th place, other teams in the 4,500, so could easily be a 5, maybe all the spots if they finish this game out the right way. That's a good start right there.
I'm looking forward to the Baker format, of course. One that we're all familiar with, but, and if you're not, certainly that is game of bowling, 10 frames, with 5 bowlers getting 2 shots apiece, but it's not sure how to describe Baker, because it always brings up what seems to be like the best in teams when they match up in this format.
Yeah, you definitely can't rely on one player kind of taking the team over, and obviously, that happens. Someone matches up on a pattern, has a big day, and the team can kind of ride that success, and it can kind of It's almost like, you know, when you talk in basketball, sometimes there's a guy who's very good on offense, like let's say James Harden, who's kind of not a great defender. So you try to find people to hide him on, so to speak, so he doesn't hurt you as much on the other end. Not saying folks are a liability, but you know that's just the course of the game. There's going to be times where, you know, just one person can't get it going, but you can rely on that big performance to kind of push you over the brink, put you in contention. But total team effort when it gets to Baker. There's one person not being lined up, having a rough day shooting spares. That is going to plummet your score quickly. So that's got to be, communication A has got to be tip top. You got to be communicating what you're seeing out there. Execution, and once again, filling frames. That's going to be, when it's all said and done, it's going to be why a team gets a chance to make it to the bracket. And they're going to take advantage of that when teams, you know, it's part of the game. So that's certainly something to be excited about. Of course, the energy as well is at a different level. This is like a 6 right now.
It's moderate.
When you get into Baker, especially when it gets into winning a game type moment, your anchor bowler gets up there knowing your whole game rides on that, your performance in the 10th, about hanging on for that victory. Seeing folks perform in that situation, it gets wacky.
Yeah, sometimes you even run it out.
You never did that
Not often.
Not often?
I did it.
When it was deemed necessary?
Yes.
I've seen video of it. It's fantastic.
There is video.
Tenth frame underway on 71 and 72. Grandview and IU. Grandview will not be matching the effort we saw in Game 5. The max score would be 964, it appears. 974, excuse me.
Well, that's certainly things can change with a blink of an eye in our sport. Bad ball reaction, it's going to be tough to win any medals. You got bad ball reaction.
Been having bad ball reaction all my life. I keep telling myself that. It's user error. It's
awesome.
There's a nice shot. IU finishes up with 761. .950 max score for Grandview. Missouri Baptist. And Lindenwood-Belleville. A few more shots here. Then our second set of 6 games will be in the books.
Young ladies are enjoying their rest that they will receive, I'm sure. Proper nutrition tomorrow, and hydration.
All those important. 9 pins falling over, also important.
Wow.
Nice finish here. Grandview's Rebecca Borman. Final 2 games here on Bowl TV. How's that? There's a nice career Bowl TV average here at the Hoosier Classic. .947 the final tally for Grandview.
Enjoying that last couple of frames. And on 77 and 78.
Well, it's Saturday night, guy.
Right.
Gotta have some fun. But just a reminder to everybody, for those of you still with us, we do appreciate it. Spend a little time or a lot of time with us. Very cool. We know these student athletes appreciate it as well. But here's the deal. We'll be back 7:30 a.m. Eastern. The final 15 bigger games of men's qualifying here at the 2017 Hoosier Classic. It's less than 7 hours, so.
Whichever group called for a ride to the Baymont Hotel in Plainfield, the bus van is outside the parking lot, just so you know.
Be sure to get your bus outside the parking lot. All right.
Picked up. Shot.
So just get a short nap before it's time for Bowl TV again. Of course, we'll crown champions tomorrow as well. Seen some impressive games here in 5 and 6. Nice finish here for Lindenwood-Belleville's anchor. It's in the 250s last game. Gonna be at 247 with one more strike. She connects, gets her team to 956.
Way to get that done. That was very good bowling. Very good bowling. Final shot on the featured pairs coming up.
Let's call it 165. And 8-28 for Missouri Baptist, 956. Lindenwood-Belleville. That's going to do it for us on Bowl TV. We're going to make it short and sweet. I'm Aaron Smith. He's Emil Williams Jr. We appreciate everyone sticking by. We'll be back for more bowling here at the Hoosier Classic at Western Bowl in Indianapolis tomorrow. Have a great evening. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. Take care.